Hello everyone. I am so sorry about the wait. Uh, like 10 minutes past the usual time. Um, there was situations, and that's why you know, I wasn't here. On time, but now I'm here and everything is fine. But yeah, there was some going on. I had to take those 10 minutes. Uh, where were we? All right, we had to do the divination since. I don't wanna. Couldn't I just accuse someone and be done with the situation? Or okay, are we gonna do the animation again? Are we gonna have to deal with the animation again? I see this bitch's face, and every time I'm just like, ugh. Why am I doing this to myself? Sorry, I need a minute to get to the reading the stuff mindset. Just, just the diet. So tired of this. Like, just thinking that I have to play this game already drains me of energy. That's how much I dislike it. Like, I'm not having a good time. I'm just doing this to get it done. I need the courage to continue, you know what I mean? Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination stands be hell once more? You are a fool, Badhead, and your foolishness should yield no gratitude from me. I don't expect that. Like, this is if Francisca von Karma had no appeal. Like, this is what this character is. Is Francisca von Karma if she had absolutely no redeeming qualities. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, princess. I had it worse. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. To my benefit. Huh. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence. And what is the prosecution doing if not using it as evidence? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, the prosecution is using it as evidence as much as I'm using it as evidence. You're a fucking idiot. Oh god, is she really gonna do the entire thing again? Please tell me we're not doing that.
Oh, Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name.
Oh my god.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Please tell me she's not gonna do the dance again. God fucking I hate this. It's such a waste of time. I can't even skip the cutscene, which is the most offensive part. Because I wish I could. Okay, while she does this, I'm just gonna, like, take a nap. Like, a 5-minute nap. Don't worry about it. Huh? Okay, damn it, I was having a nap. My 5-minute map! Ruined! Like the video game that I don't want to play. Okay, that's just the statue, well, the stone thing in the behind room from this, you know, behind the statue thing. Like, come on, come on, okay. I could have guessed that myself. Like, we could have done that without the insight if they took the finger, like, because I assume the fingerprints were left when, like, it held onto the stone thingy, so you can take that, compare them, and then it's like, okay, let's backtrack to how, like, this guy ended up where he ended up and everything. Oh my. It is just as Mr. Wright surmised. Paradise Island wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last we have seen the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. Okay, is he stupid? Like, I don't... How do I put this? Like, Phoenix is primarily a bluffer. Like, he bluffs and then he does something with the bluffing that he's doing because he generally is good at figuring shit out. Like, but his main his main method of attack is bullshitting his way into, like, the truth. Which is fine. Like, that is something that you kind of have to do in this sort of, like, investigation type of game. You kind of need to bluff a little bit. My issue here is that Phoenix is dumb, but he's not that dumb. Like, he has a clear image that the thing that is, like, being shown in front of him is not carpet, it's the stone from the secret room behind the statue. Like, this guy should be celebrating. He's not that stupid. Like, his immediate reaction should be, oh wait, is that thing? But then what does that mean? Like, he should be thinking about it. Like, am I dumb? Like, am I stupid? Like, am I the stupid one who sees these and does not understand why the characters are so stupid? Because, like, it's unnecessarily complicating something that is very clear. Like, Phoenix can point this out. He can point out to the photos that he has of the secret room behind the statue. He can point out the marks of the hands. They can go and, like, test it to see if it's from this guy or the blood, for that matter, because there was also blood. To prove all of that, like, that, you know, it belongs to, like, Zealots, whatever his name really, right, his real name. Oh god, I hate this game. Like, and that should cut the trial by, like, at least 20 minutes, because it's like, well, he died there, let's try to explain why he died there, like, afterwards. Like, explaining that he died there first is far more important than trying to explain everything else, because then you can start explaining everything else. I don't know, man. This game makes me like upsetty spaghetti. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. Yuck! I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did? Ha 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 ha! A most surprising surprise attack! So tell us, Prosecutor said Maddie, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plum Punisher tombstone that the deceased had. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plum Punisher strap! When you press the Magatama on the Plum Punisher's belt. Ah! Also, Sanmari is an idiot, for the record. Because why would he not notice that the thing that it's being seen is not carpet? He knows what those carpets look like more than Phoenix does. I mean, it's not in his interest to do that because he would immediately end up losing the trial, realizing that the accused, well, not the accused, the victim wasn't even killed in the place that they say that it was killed. But like, you would think that he would at least get a little nervous, like, oh god, my entire case. It's so fucked if he notices. And then Phoenix notices and he's like, oh my god, my entire case is fucked. Like, you know what this feels like? It feels unnecessarily safe. In the... it's weird to describe the sensation this game gives me. And I know it's like rated PG or PG-13. I don't fucking care. But like, it's so overly dramatic where really nothing happens. Like, you have a backdrop of like a political revolution in a completely foreign country where they're completely cool with decapitating 8-year-olds, and it's not taken with nearly the gravitas that something like that would be taken in a game with different writing. Like, it's not portrayed in any way where it feels like the stakes are high. Like, yeah, if we lose this trial, we'll get decapitated, and so does Maya, but like, does it feel serious? No, it just doesn't give you the sensation that things matter in this game. That's the thing. It kind of pisses me off. Like, it just feels like it doesn't matter. It's so consistently like that every single case. I just felt like it actually didn't matter all that much. Maybe except the first one, but even then, it's mostly because like, what do you mean you're in a country where you feel comfortable decapitating 8-year-olds and the lawyers that defend them? Like, this game is trying to be like the height of drama and simultaneously does nothing with the material that it has. And I guess it kind of pisses me off, like with the stuff from the last stream where like we see the that's a rebel guy, and oh boy, the names, I hate the names. The Ponzi's game are absolutely atrocious and I hate every single one of them. But like, when he mentions that all that he wants is to live in like a fair monarchy, and it's like, are you fucking with me? Like, is that what we're doing? Like, you just want to fix the like, you just want to fix the law so like the monarchy is good again, without taking into account that the monarchy could just change the law again the second that you die. Like, the second that people forgot about it, they just change it and that's it. Like, that the fact that you kind of have to defend a political system that would actually protect you and will allow you to protest to protect yourself, because otherwise you basically live in a dictatorship. Like it's such a nothing. It's such a nothing burger. And it's so weirdly offensive in the way that he's trying to portray all that. Like, I don't even know if offensive is the right word. It's just, it feels so... It feels like a vacuum. It feels like it has nothing to say about itself. Like, it's a game that says nothing about itself, and it does not give you anything to say about it. Except, God, this is annoying. Because all of the little issues with it just come back to haunt me. It's so deeply tiring. And we still have 3 more cases. Once we finish this one. There's 3 more... Well, one is a DLC case, but it's 3 more cases. Boy, oh boy. I am so gonna die. If I don't go insane by the end of this game, it will be like a miracle. It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item. It is not, Miss Fate. You'd better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. Maya, no! Yeah, like that. Why did she do that? It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before, either. She's just so happy of getting people killed. No, really, she's so less... She's like a worse version of Franziska, because Franziska, all she wanted to do was beat your ass, and I guess whip you a little bit. And she was a pain in the ass, but she was entertaining, she had like daddy issues, like she had shit going on for herself. That it was kind of interesting. She was the daughter of like the last guy who fucked you up really badly. She came here for revenge, like she had things going on for her. Raifa has absolutely nothing going on for her. She's spoiled, she's a princess. She's a tsundere, but like in an annoying way. She just wants to see you killed because you insulted her. Or, I guess, prove her to not be as reliable as she thinks she is. And I'm just here like, yeah, congrats, welcome to the real world, you 14-year-old idiot. Like... God, I hate her. I hate that this game and Dual Destinies, to a lesser extent, is just rehashing old bullshit. It's just rehashing better, like, storylines. Or better backstories from, like, the earlier trilogy and the first Apollo Justice. Like, at this point, this is rehashing so much shit that at this point, I'm expecting for this case to actually be a suicide. I'm not even joking. Like, we're gonna find out that this Zealot guy was killed by a different person. Like, completely unrelated to this entire situation. And the Abbot just killed himself for some stupid-ass reason. Like... Or the other way around, like... Well, the other way around wouldn't save Maya, to be fair. So it has to be, like, the Abbot is the one who killed himself. But, like, it's gonna end up being something stupid like that. And I'm just gonna be like, oh, hey, it's like the final case in Apollo Justice where you find out that well, I guess it's the final case, but when I mean the final case, I mean, like, the 7 years ago, like, the flashback final case of Apollo Justice, when you find out that ultimately Gamari just killed himself. It is time to accept that the fact that the divination sense is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice upon the accused. This is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections... I have one. Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Ooh, do you take issue with the divination sounds? Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. See? Like, this is so on the nose. It's not like this is not a thing that Phoenix does. He does it all the time. But, like, it comes to a point where he's doing this every case, and at some point it's like, Phoenix, you've been a lawyer for, like, 10 years. I guess. Depends on how you count the years that he was disbarred, but which is like 7. But like 7 long years. But like he's been a lawyer and or done lawyerly things on the side for like a decade. This man shouldn't be having this pattern of thoughts anymore. Like, yeah, he's a bluffer. He's thinking how to bluff it, but like, come on. Where's the character development for Phoenix? It's like they drop that entirely sometimes. Like, it's not like you have to keep him exactly the same as he was in Apollo Justice, but by God, the man went to through character development. Where is that here? I almost, like, Dual Destinies I have so many issues with, and yet I feel like the characterization for Phoenix is a lot more consistent. And here I just feel like it kind of slides back to Phoenix in the first game, where like he was floundering about and not doing what the fuck he was doing half the time. But that's never stopped me before. No, it has not, sweetie. No, it has not. Like at some point he has to like chill down. It's like, well, time to find something to bluff about. Like, that's enough. Being like, well, I don't know what those things are yet, but I'm gonna find them. And it's like, yeah, we know. You do it all the time. Just tell me that you're gonna bluff this up again. I'm so tired, Squirtle. Divination sense is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. You do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. God, she's so annoying. The victim was offering of his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible, which is impossible because there was a carpet. There was a fucking carpet. You were there. Why are you this stupid? See what I mean? Like, no one would think that that looks like the carpet because it does not look like the fucking carpet. It's not even the same shade of green. This is like green. The carpet was like puke green. I feel dumb. I feel dumb for complaining, but this game is so... God. You know what? No. Calm down. I need to calm down or I'll get more upsetty. This is stupid. Then someone was there, and the team to the Plum Punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture of what vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes there. Phoenix! See what I mean? See what I mean? Like, no, this is dumb. Like, Phoenix, you know that there's a like, I have to point it out. Like, it's not the same color. Like, well, maybe it's not that pure green, but it's not the same color. It's not the same motif. Like, it's not the same design. It wouldn't look like that. Like, the hands are like the texture. Like, it's not gonna be the same green. Jesus Christ. It's not the same green. The carpet is brighter. Although, for some reason, I remember the one in the picture on the plaza being, like, slightly more, like, again, pukish green, more to moving further to yellow, but, like, whatever. That's... Grass and a carpet are not gonna look the same. How does he not see any fucking holes? Calm down. When I get too angry, when I lose your mind, you're gonna become the Joker, and that's not healthy. Think of your blood pressure. I understand now, these insights are really stacked against us. No, they're not. I just have to go over each and every one of the sensations very carefully. Never mind the fact that there's other details like the smell thing.
Objection!
Oh wait. God damn it, I didn't want to object. Oh wait, was I supposed to object? Like I wanted to present the statement, you know? Like where is it? Where is it? Yeah, like here about the fact that you only eat it on like on the noon before the rite. But I guess the objection was the correct one, huh? Like I would assume that presenting evidence would make more sense. Was it really the night of the rite? What do you mean? He could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during the purification rite. Okay, but consider this. His name is not Zealot. The only problem is that his spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Oh! Take a good look at what the victims smell. Do you see how it says gingly? Gingial? 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 Gingial. Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any gingial on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for ya. Okay. They should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled the gin. It's gingial, right? Okay. Like it feels like gingial to me, but like I'm not entirely sure. This is the issue with these games and the lack of pronunciation, guys, I swear.
Take that!
The High Priestess' wife, Believe in Me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of gingial-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right, I had completely forgotten about that. How did you forget? You live in this country, you do this every year. Literally, you do this every year. During the feast, the unique smell of gingial pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 PM the day before the purification rite. I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Oh, right. I told her about that yesterday. Forgive me, Your Benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Oh! Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I've heard something of the sort before. If it is that Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. I mean, there are more ways to check, and make it like an approximate time of death. They could just try other methods. I can't think of any at the top of my head beyond the temperature thing, but there are other ways to check. Also, you would think that they would, you know, open the body up and check. Take into account the fact that he was outside and it's cold outside. Baby, it's cold outside. Barbhead! You blinded me with science! Really? Really? We're gonna reference that song? It was a one-hit wonder. Like, who gives a shit? I mean, it's not a bad song by any means, but really? I mean, this game came out when? Like, 2010-ish something? Who fucking cares about She Blinded Me with Science at this? Well, some people do. Like, it's... I'm not gonna shit on a one-hit wonder. Like, it's not even a bad song. But also, like, the target audience for this game, I don't think would give a shit. Sorry? Wait, why am I apologizing? For? Oh. Like, this is a PG-13. Like, I assume that a lot of people much younger would have played. Like, I know because I'm old. I know what that is, like, what this referencing because I'm old. Like, I don't know if that's a reference that the kids would get. No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accuser's prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. It was the afternoon the day before the rite. The dark, the pattern on the plaza ground was visible. Uh-huh. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my instant infallible. Nick. A change in time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency, I know. If you had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help. Wait. I mean...
Objection!
Like, it's a floor, it's just a floor. The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Oh! Oh, you're making that irritating face again! Cease that at once! Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what is important. What the victim saw in his final moments. Phoenix, were you really born with, like, the smug-ass face? Because that's kinda horrifying. Do you have bats in the belfry, Barhead? There is nothing to see. The ground of the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. Am I the only one that thinks that is insane, that they think that the texture of the moss look the same as the texture of the, like, carpet? Like, have they not touched moss? Have they not been in contact with moss in their life? Because I have. I would not in my life would consider moss and carpet to look or feel the same. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm insane. I've been calling it grass for some reason. It's not grass, it's moss. But, like... Really, guys? Really? Okay, sure, whatever. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the rite, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day. Wait, was it the newspaper? Big white eyes froze the ground. Okay, yes.
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white eyes the day before the rite. What? But... The victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it! The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 And where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where. Otherwise, your argument is worthless. About that, Phoenix, please. Like, why is he nervous? This is the one thing that he should be like, oh wait, the Mossy thing. Right. I'm gonna show that one. From the Rebel hideout place. Yes, I have the photo. Like, why is he so insecure with the one thing that he should be sure about? I hadn't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, Barbhead? Giving up already? No, not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? This shows where the victim was killed. No, really. Why is he so stupid?
Take that!
The secret hideout, the rebels were using. The rebel hideout? There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anyway. Then why did the victim see in his final moments if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw in his final moments. It's not like it has like the marks of the hands and shit.
Take that!
The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the most covered stone slabs. Which, like, I like to point out, he wouldn't have seen the floor anyway because like they've been talking about the floor constantly, and it's like, you're not gonna see the stone floor on, like, the inner sanctum because there's a fucking carpet. So, why didn't you talk about the carpet? Probably because it would be very easy for me to point out the thing that he's touching is not a carpet, it's the fucking moss covered stone slabs. Which, now that I think back, it would make the case a lot easier and a lot shorter. Because I would just point out, yeah, like, that's not a carpet, it's this thing. Like, you kind of... God, if anything, his hands should be dirty from that. Shouldn't there be, like, a test of his hands? Of the fingerprints in the stone slab? This game, I swear. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed when he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection.
That does agree with the sun's vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Indeed, what evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at this second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? We thought it was the High Priestess' blood that floated from outside, so we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once! Yes, Your Majesty. 10 minutes later. Or 20, probably 20. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Paradise Celot, just like the defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. Why do you make it sound, uncomfortable? Like, the way he says it is kind of uncomfortable. That I will deliver a joyous sermon unto you for 8 hours straight. See, that makes it sound rapey. That kinda sounds rapey. I'm really sorry, but please anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but... Go for it. It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then, his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. Ag! Yeah. And that's not all. If he was killed at the Inner Sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was, the proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. That's the diagram. Creepy. Wait, the what?
Take that!
I think it's that. Why, there are photos of the Inner Sanctum. These are, rather. I can't read. I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see the snow that have been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. Oh, okay, you know what? That makes sense, and I had not thought about it. Like, that one I hadn't thought about it. It's like, it's cold, and there's snow everywhere. And what would you need to keep it in a specific place? But yeah, you know what? That makes sense. I thought it might have something to do with, like, the fact that the blood was already red when they got to, like, the Inner Sanctum, according to Maya. And that's why the time of death wasn't that what it seemed. The time was mistaken, and the place too, and just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent? What of her fingerprints on the dagger, and the Plum Punisher team the victim had? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. I see your point. No. Honestly, no. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Yeah, the theme song, because there's the clock in the hideout. Really? What's this? Oh. You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence. Very well, let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. Oh. The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. That would be the team. The Plum Punisher team. And how do you intend to support such a claim? Did the murder happen in the rebel hideout? There's something there that played the theme song, other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap, is that true? The item that played the Plum Punisher theme song was this. And that's the clock. Please let me move to the clock, thank you very much. This is a Plum Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here's what really happened. Oh boy, this bitch. He just stood with his hand on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. That's it? Okay. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? Ooh, woo! You still claim there to be an inconsistency.
Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same.
I hate this little bitch. Wait. I think it's here.
Objection!
Yeah. The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against a stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down.
Eep!
Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya?
I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands in the stone slab. Why were they even there?
Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course! If I just envision the state Zealot was in when he was killed, the cause of the heaviness the victim felt was... See, here's the deal. Phoenix actually touches the stone slab. You actually have to have touched it, if I'm not incorrect, to finish investigating that area. He could have just gone back to that scene, have it as a flashback, and then been immediately like, that's because the stone was, you know, heavy, and it falls on you if you move it a little bit. The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What?
Oh, the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath.
Right, that was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection!
While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Oh, yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. God damn it, Phoenix. How could the dagger have been plunging after the slab fell on the victim? Excuse me, I had to sneeze. The killer could have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. Oh god. Sorry, another sneeze. Is the usual, it always happens 3 times. But what if the murder weapon wasn't wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something.
If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like a dagger. Oh hey, the statue. The thing that I've been thinking was a murder weapon the entire time. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Something that had a shape similar to the Warbat dagger? Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This show what really killed the victim. I'm guessing it's gonna be the statue because, you know, it's the best look that we have of the statue. It's gonna be this photo for the statue.
Take that!
I can't speak. I'm sneezy. This game saps all of my energy, and I'm stupid. So I can't speak today. Double the usual of not speaking, not being able to speak rather. See, I can't do it. This is not the photo from the scene of the High Priestess murder. You suggested the murder weapon is hidden herein. This is what really took Per Zealot's life, which is not even his name. His name is, real name. You know, I don't know which one is worse.
Take that!
But that is the Warbat statue! Exactly. The Warbat statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. This is what really took the victim's life. You imbecilic fool! The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impale someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbat statue also functions as a hideout's door. What do you mean? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. A switcheroo? To put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door, well, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination stands to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture kept toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but his weight forced him backwards. And unfortunately, the Warbat statue was right behind him. And there he goes. This cannot be! Yeah, it's a little freaky, but you know. But the accused's fingerprints was found on the dagger! She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbat statue was what killed the victim. This judge is so reasonable once he stopped acting like he's gonna get me killed. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? The Divination's hands is the only truth. No, your benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Yeah. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time. Yes, you have, because you're a 14-year-old who doesn't know shit and is not trained in, like, criminal procedures. Like, you don't know what you're doing. You're literally a child. Your benevolence, are you unwell? All the color has rained from your face. And by the way, that makes you guilty of at least a couple beheadings. Like, you are in fact guilty of people getting killed.
there is blood on your tiny 14-year-old hands. Which is another reason why I don't like her. Not because she's killed people. Like, I play games where people kill people all the time. It's mostly the fact that she just acts like that is fine. And doesn't have, like, any kind of, like, self-reflection of, like, oh, hey, I'm responsible for a bunch of people dying, and some of them might be innocent. I have, in fact, been responsible for the death of innocent people. Which is, again, something that the game, like, tells you, but also doesn't acknowledge. And it pisses me off. Because in Ace Attorney 1, the entire thing of, like, oh, innocent people ending up in jail is pointed out to be fucked up. It's just like, yeah, a lot of people get decapitated and we just, you know, shrug. Like, I don't know, man. This is making me lose my mind. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. I never come back. I feel kind of bad for her. Phoenix! She needs to reflect on her mistakes. And the fact that she's a little shit. And the blood on her hands. Now, then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priestess murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbat dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we know, we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was a crime committed for... Yeah, it was probably... Yeah. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. Yeah, like, if we were gonna put the blame on someone else. That's right, the real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did. That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Oh god. Shut up. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. Which one? What? Like those putrid hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you would love. Hey! More respect to rats and cheese lovers. Your reasoning, much like your pretty hole-riddled brain, has putrefied. What's his deal with things going putrid? Maybe he has a kink, Phoenix. You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the royal hideout the day before the riot, but Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab toward him, and we know the rest. I've never been to the royal hideout in my life! When the high priest arrived at the Sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Sanmari has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt. Objection! Oh, come on! Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his coat was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of Lady Kira will slay defiant dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too. I thought I'd finally made some headway. Oh no, Phoenix, don't worry. We have the headway. You're just being dramatic. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. It is not time to end your future struggle. You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace.
A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Khura'in. But I must admit I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Celo the day before the riot? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the riot can enter the sanctum, so...
Wait a second.
Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout, and the only person who was involved with the riot had access to the sanctum and was suspected of being a rebel is... Ah! Did somebody come to mind?
Yes, except there's one huge problem.
A huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I will not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection.
If I don't do something, prosecutors and Maddie will have this one in the bag. And my head, also in a bag. I just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem.
Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Paradise Zealot's murder.
Objection.
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist.
No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us who might that be.
I believe the prime suspect in Aquila Celo's murder is...
Mr. Inmi, of course.
Take that!
It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew of the hideout, and that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the riot. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales.
Have you no shame?
No, not really. Dead men tell no tales, that is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. What? Do I have something on my face?
Maya, I know you said that you didn't want to channel people because something whatever. I
need you to make an exception. Wait a second, could this actually work? Oh no, don't tell me I have some of my breakfast now between my teeth. No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request a High Priest's testimony.
Is a testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify?
There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as, you know, the channeling. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling.
Well, what did you just say?
What? You people are so dramatic.
Peace! I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a sacred art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure.
I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... It's okay, Nick, you can tell them. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Khura'in. Don't worry, it's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so... I don't think we'll be punished. At least, I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. You'll decide whether you become Master of Khura'in. We don't have any other choice now, do we?
Well, yeah, she cannot become Master if she's fucking dead.
If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Khura'in. Alright. Thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits.
But even Her Benevolence, Princess Raifa, finds the divination sense to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen? That would be me. God, you people, shut up! Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the sacred art of spirit channeling? Well, yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. I thought you were not coming in here again. Someone kick this child out of the courtroom, please. I am begging on my knees for the location of someone kicking this child out of the courtroom forever. Your Benevolence! What the fuck are you doing here? This is an outrage! An outrage, I say! First you make a mockery of the divination sense, and now spirit channeling? God, I love people who are racist. Still your voices! Barbhead, spirit channeling is the most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Fuck you. Your Benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well then. Your Benevolence? What if the accused accidentally calls for an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call for a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by holding the flow of spiritual power. That is a relief indeed. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shrink from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sanmari? Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well, the accused may channel the High Priest spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. I hate this bullshit. Save point. Okay. Yes. May 12, High Court of Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this? Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. Come on, she had like, I don't know, at least like 70%. I said it before, she's very consistent. And yeah, most of it is because she was channeling Mia, but still. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. So, you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training is one thing, actually doing it is another. She has a point there. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you'll never forget. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear Abbott's Inmi story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and right as all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. Let's go. May 12. I could occur. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed.
Yes, Your Majesty. These people really want to see someone executed this week, huh? Come on, Maya, I'm counting on you. I have been studying here in Kurain for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Kurain, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom.
Whoa, she seems really confident.
A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, you will stop calling me a neophyte. Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. Oh, god damn it. Of course they're doing the thing where I don't get the space to read. God forbid. Okay, that's terrifying.
What is this place? Oh my!
No! This cannot be! Volkunk!
Yeah, it looks like him. Yeah.
You people are so shitty, by the way.
Go, Maya!
I do not understand! This cannot be! This simply cannot be! I must step out now before I forget myself.
Someone killed this child. Well, she's outside, I mean. How about in me? Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this luxurious mane of hair? Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? How about in me? My, but if it isn't His Majesty, have you two shuffled off that mortal coil? Please do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Among us! Why? Colette Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains his gorgeous looks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my tastes. If you would excuse me. There, that is better.
I can't believe we actually get to see Maya's tits.
Technically. Could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he'd kept his top on. Why, you are the foreign lawyer that people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest, but you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed.
What's with that crazy pose?
Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest monks can achieve some body control with the proper training. Oh, I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday.
Phoenix, why are you thinking about that child being extremely, flexible?
Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest?
I'd be happy to. Your disciple Paracello has been murdered.
It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot has been killed. Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Aborinmi. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? He needs to stop doing those poses. It's making me uncomfortable. Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Why is the peanut gallery this stupid? Annoying. Oh my, have my rebel alliances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Kurainism, join the rebellion?
Objection.
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, Defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. Aborinmi, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the rite. Mean that I was dead until just a moment ago. My memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection.
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It's all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sanmari concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. No! But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, were you not? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him. How is that funny? Now, Aborinmi, your testimony, if you please. Yes, of course. God. I have an ironclad alibi for the time at which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon, that's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Raifa told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of his death and the moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Oh god, he's drinking a lot. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? Well, for now, I guess we have to press everything.
Hold it.
You use the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the Kingdom of Kura in itself you wish to ridicule? We have plenty of current dramas of TV. Oh, they're so stupid, I want to kill all of them. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, will you care to clarify your last statement? Please don't take it the wrong way. It's just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such stupid worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepared himself for something like this.
Hold it!
Okay. Guests. And you were entertaining them personally. God, I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guests could corroborate his alibi. That can be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you misremembered? Gah! Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Oh god, it's raining right now. I don't think the mic is catching it, but by god is it raining. Like it's bad. Sorry, he's pretty thin skin for a priest. Though I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. Yeah, no, come on, we've seen this before. I'm not gonna... We literally saw this flashback 2 seconds ago. Like, literally, 2 seconds ago we read that. Ah, there's nothing better than enjoying genial cuisine with dear friends. That way, everyone's bread becomes equally malodorous. Right. And now it stopped. The rain, I mean.
Hold it!
It's incredible. And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than His Majesty, along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has wrong. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Inmi. Lady Inmi's cooking simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 PM to 3 PM. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Wait, how do you know that? Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Cthulhu them all. But... I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. Yeah, no, how do you know it was, like, that was the time of the death, like, for Zealot?
Hold it!
Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure as can be! Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off or you misread the time? No, Phoenix, please. There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact time, the exact same time as my watch. Now do you understand, lawyer? Oh, my nose. As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? His Majesty is a witness. Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot Inmi's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now hold on a second. There's anything wrong with the High Priestess testimony. Yeah, there is. Come on. Phoenix. There is a discrepancy in the High Priestess testimony. There is? Well, then perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. Yeah, he knew the time of the crime. After Abbot Inmi was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Celot was murdered. Now that you mention it. Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 PM to 3 PM. That means you knew that Acolyte Celot was dead. When you were still alive! Fuck. Oh, hi. That's creepy. Wait, I think I saw something just now. Don't worry about it, Phoenix. No, I must be imagining things. No, you did not! So tell me, how do you know what time the crime had been committed? About that... open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Why, we've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind of greed and... God damn it, I couldn't finish reading. Oh, greed and bias. That's hilarious coming from you people. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me! Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Kuraini's prayer. Huh? Abbot Inmi was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What?! He never ceased to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout... there's something under the banner. A microphone. What's this doing here? Someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device. It starts recording whenever it detects movement. And I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. Alright then, bailiff! Yes, your majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priestess' home. And whack some balls on the way there. At once, your majesty. The power of Kuraini's prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Inmi to continue with his testimony. Very well. God fucking damn it! I entertained His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Celot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise followed by haunting silence. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. I mean, she is, but like, she's occupied. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Kuraini's holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning that you invoke the ire of our people. What are you people wanting to strike me blind? What do you have against blind people? Bunch of Babbley's assholes? As if it wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. Bitch. Okay.
Hold it!
You were entertaining his majesty and his family during the crime. Indeed, my wife Believe was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day. Why yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw me in me. Did I have Abbott in me add that statement to his testimony? Yes, that's gonna be important. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. Okay, that's gonna be important, but I don't have anything for it yet. On the other hand... that makes no sense because it's like...
Hold it!
a loud noise. I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Ah, poor Acolyte Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. Must have been the sound of the stone slab falling over. Did I have him add that statement to his testimony? Yes. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot must have felt so heavy. Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. This one maybe?
Hold it!
Hold on, are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove. I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and climb up. Now I will continue my testimony, if I may.
Hold it!
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's death knell. In the tragedy, he was a fine disciple. I would ask her here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Ashira Matami Yoma. Not now. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Ashira Matami Yoma. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? So all he knows about the crime is what he heard on the tape, and he was with his majesty and his family at the time. Now that I have proven the soundness of my alibi, I believe it is about time for me to return to the Twilight Realm. What's the rush? Why not enjoy some more time among the living? I better find a way to attack his alibi soon. I'll just have to press harder and hope something useful comes out. Okay. Okay, let's press everything just in case. What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured a tin soup ice and melted month. They are both traditional Korean dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes. The exquisite set of Hachinsu paste and the supreme texture of melted month. Lady Inmi's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now once His Majesty and his family had left. Okay.
Hold it!
You had everything from a recording. Indeed. Each night I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Curanism improves your hearing? Hearing is but one of the senses you can improve. If one can focus on attaining inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the Warbad over in the bazaar just cried. Do you not hear it? Give me a break. Mr. Wright. Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I better ask him about something else. I'm curious about Inmi. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. Hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body? It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Fame must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating. So when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo? Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day. The stone slab had been put back in place. Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait, I need just a little more time. If you insist. I think then... yeah, I think it's this one.
Objection!
About Inmi, you said, and I quote, "Poor Selot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. Stop doing that face, it's creepy. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Selot. Like, that's the thing that happened. Impaling him on the Warbad statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her Benevolence's divination sounds earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crushing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Oh, that's horrifying. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. That's still creepy. I definitely saw it that time. I got the High Priest's spirit shaking in his boot, or should I say his sandals.
Objection!
Need I remind you about Inmi was with His Majesty at the time of the crime? Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Selot was killed, something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Yes. Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because... Is it the or most of the correct answers have been the last one lately? Like, it's just been the last, the last option lately. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer.
Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation.
So tell us, who is this real killer?
It's gotta be someone. It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest. Someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is, well, obviously his wife. Like, she's close, she doesn't really have an alibi, she's been weird about stuff. They have like 11 years age difference. Young love.
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priestess' home, you didn't see Miss Inmi at all. Did you?
No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything?
Did the High Priest ever leave your sight?
No, we were talking the entire time. And food was brought right to the room's entryway.
So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Miss Inmi might have killed Acolyte Zealot.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. It's baseless! She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Miss Inmi could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too.
Are you suggesting that Miss Inmi killed her husband as well?
As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out.
Ah! Yikes! You claimed my wife is a rebel hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself. My lovely wife, that is utterly impossible.
You don't have to caw.
Ah! Yikes! I have never seen the High Priest so angry.
It is as Abadid misstated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it.
That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. I'm scared.
No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece of Israel's puzzle. Admit it, Abadid, your wife, Lady Inmi, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her.
I'm sorry. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira, for we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother.
I completely forgot about that. I mean, Phoenix, not to break your, not to help, although I'm trying to help. Have you seen what some pregnant people will do while pregnant? My mom was pregnant with me, and she was like doing actual hard labor helping build a section of the house. Pregnant with me. It's possible that that's the reason why I came out all fucked up. But yeah, no, she actually stressed herself out and did manual labor that she shouldn't have been doing while pregnant. So like, some pregnant people will do really stupid shit, including become serial killers, I'm sure. Not all of them, but some of them. So like, you could 100% maybe believe that she would be killing people while pregnant.
That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused.
This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
ただいまおまのもさましで足し抜けたれがせよそのか
But, you foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady in me. What? You want me to be pregnant? That's Edward's job. Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say the power? The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusions as I. Such keen insight. Then you have figured it out as well, Abbott in me. May I ask you to explain it to disputed brain lawyer? Oh, so now you want the spirit to do your job for you. Fucking bitch. Certainly. But I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how Maya Fey is that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. Yeah, about that. Can it wait? Can it wait? You know what? It can wait. I don't care if there is. I usually prefer with like some music in the background, but no. I'm gonna get myself some coffee and then I come back. I can't. I can't deal with this. They're probably gonna use the excuse of like, oh well, she can channel spirits, so clearly she could channel Lady Kira to do this, but fuck off. I'm just gonna get some coffee and I'll be back. I have terrible news. I'm back. And also, coffee that I prepare for myself is too hot for me to drink immediately, which is a crime. I believe this is a violation of the Geneva Convention against me. And if it's not, then I'll insist that it is until people believe me. Okay. Let's go back to this bullshit until my coffee actually gets slightly less hot. Wanna be here? I say that every time. Acolyte Fate channel Lady Kira's spirit. She's a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she should have done it. So she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels Amogus. Amogus! She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. But... do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. I mean, to be fair, she's only been accused of killing 2 people, not all of the rebels that for some reason have been getting arrested and killed and shit. Just saying. Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say, dead proof of her terrible power. Maya's ability to channel spirits. It's come back to Hana. Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, the fans? No, and if you keep saying that, I'm gonna let it go and move on right inside your asshole. He's making me lose my mind. No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. Think! How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Well, she only knows the name. She doesn't know, like, her face. And you have to know both things to do the thing, according to Raifa. Well, I assume. Like, that's how the seance thing works, so I'm assuming it's the same with, like, the spirit channeling. Where is it?
Objection!
There it is. The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the verification, right? Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed. But it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. How about in me? I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. She doesn't know her face.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be. Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. Gah! And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunter Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think! The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving more murders! Well, obviously not. Obviously not. You're dead. You're a bitch, but no. You should be dead, but no. She's pregnant, so no. And also it couldn't be you, because why would it be you, of all people? So I guess, process of elimination, the only person who doesn't have an excuse or a reason not to be is fucking Celet. Whose real name is real name. fucking hate it. I thought Miss Inmi was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. And Mr. Arabal is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with... Mr. Right, you have to look again. You have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to steer the pot until something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. By process of elimination. Even though maybe it could be someone else. Same. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely! I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Yeah, well, process of elimination. The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is... Paradise Salad. What's this? Whoa, whoa. The High Priestess murder disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Yeah. Peace, I say peace. You people are so loud and annoying. The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is, at least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Miss Inmi or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Salad, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Salad was posing as Lady Kira is this. What's this? Oh, right, the warning. It was left like... Yeah, only capable... Someone entered... Yeah, okay. It makes sense. This is what proves that Acolyte Salad was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sanmari, you're a fucking idiot. You stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira, and the reason you gave was that the High Priestess' house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Ah. He figured it out. Fucking idiot. Therefore, Acolyte Salad could have delivered the warning any time he wanted. I mean, it is possible. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case! This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killers. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Miss Inmi, and there's only one possible motive. What if Miss Inmi is a rebel? What? Finn, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife. Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul. Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Salad. And the Plum Punisher team that he had could have been an alarm clock. That means all of the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady Inmi a rebel, and did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Salad? Or was Acolyte Salad a rebel, and was the accused the Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? What do you mean it's as likely? The Alarm Clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. What's gotten into him? Oh, But in me, just what is so comical? Forgive my armpits. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? Theme song came from the Plum Punisher clock, you say? Ha! That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Are you in your head for a change? Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed, we leave the alarm switch off at all times! No! In that case, I am sad to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Will you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, can I ask for a timeout? This can't be happening. Not now! They should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim had was from the accused's trap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rabble hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. That Plum Punisher theme song acolyte Celler in his final moments. I too had it by way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott in me was channeled. Oh, right, well then, What if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Mr. Apple Wrench! That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is in fact switched off. Come to think of it... what a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right. We set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. The distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind. They went. Taka dun 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 dun. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro. That's only for the Steel Samurai team. This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means, and let us also return Abbott Inme's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my Ladlin wife.
Objection!
No. Objection first. Ladlin wife second. Now hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is? Still, you write in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now, all I have to do is pick the right one. The piece of evidence... this piece of evidence is consistent with the statement about the taiko drum intro. You, because you don't have a taiko drum intro.
Take that!
This is what is inconsistent with his statement. My client's Plum Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Plum Punisher theme song. And here it is. The theme of the Plum Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Uh-huh. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim had in his final moments might not have been the Plum Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I am not following you. What was it, if not the Plum Punisher theme? In his final moments, Icolette Cello heard... The Steel Samurai team, because Psychodrums. There are no Psychodrums in the intro of the Plum Punisher team, so what Acolyte Zealot actually had in his final moments was the team of the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Right, what is the Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo is an action hero show from America, or Japanifornia if you will. The Plum Punisher team is a total it's very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot had music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. No. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards. That's right, Miss Faye met an avid Plum Punisher fan here in Karain. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plum Punisher strap. And this avid Plum Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot? Acolyte? God damn it, I can't read. Yes, and that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife. Believe in me. Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness' wrath. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. Not the first time that you're trying to kill me with just, my entire health. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Come on, Phoenix, you know it's the photo. Very well then. Please present your evidence if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Miss Invi was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this. Oh! The family photo. It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Miss Inmi and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters. A family photo. And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here, you blind asshole. Like, she's showing the... She had... Come on. Look at Miss Inmi's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Ah! That's still terrifying. Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies in me. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap and Miss Amy had the Samurai watch. So what the victim had in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Miss Amy was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty. You have to do that every time. We know to see by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. Alright, or chicanery, I guess. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There's a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? That's what she said, but also I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there, alright? Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. Is that also what she said? Yes. My brain is neither putrid, not full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all, or have any kind of degenerative disease that I know of. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot set the you cannot see the forest for the trees. But it is as you said. And Lady Inmi, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the High Priest was slain. Ah, that means The High Priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunter Lady Kira. Who could have is that? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the High Priest now? No! Wait. Wait, this is what I suggested earlier. Do you finally understand? The sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid vein. Ugh! I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the High Priest's murder. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up, bitch. I mean, this might... Honestly, I might be right. Like, this is just a suicide. Like, it's dumb. I think this is a really stupid case as far as like it makes sense when you see it, but like I feel like it's really dumb. But it would make the most sense that the abbot like kill himself on purpose in such a way that it would take away like any kind of attention from his wife just to make sure that she survived. I just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the High Priest. Oh god, we're doing the... Oh god, this looks so bad in comparison to this. To Dual Destinies, I kinda hate it. If Acolyte Celo had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the High Priest. So the question is who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Like Maja's testimony, that's more important. Yeah, we know that. Clearly it was gonna be Zealot because he died before. Alright, Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the High Priest murder because of this asshole's blood, obviously. That's right, Celo had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second, the High Priest knew that Celo had been killed in the hideout, so why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? Well, they keep the hideout hidden, really. No, really, I really hate how they do this. Like, it feels way worse than the one in Dual Destinies. I'm gonna repeat that every single time that this happens, because I really do not like it. I know it's gonna happen, but I just can't help it. He reported Zealot's murder. The authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. Yeah, clearly. But by going through with the rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the rite? Did he want to... I mean, if he wanted to kill Maya, he would have done it. Hey, whoa, this stupid case is making me lose my mind again, because I hate it. Well, clearly he wanted to set up the scene. Duh. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. Okay. But how was he planning to concealing the source of the blood in the spring? Oh god, was I right? Oh my god, I was right! I mean, I said that it was possible that I was right before. For the record, it's been like over 2 hours, so... I joked, well, half joked, that considering how, like, dumb this case was being, I assumed that the priest had killed himself on purpose. Because, like, a lot of stuff were pointing at his wife. So I was like, at this point, I'm gonna believe, like, his wife did it and, like, he killed himself and, like, some shit like that. And I'm right. his wife is responsible for this, and he killed himself to take attention out of her. Which I was like, is that how it's going? Like, that's how it seems to be going? And yeah, no, he literally killed himself. Okay, cool, sure. Second actual suicide that has happened in the entire series. The first being fucking Grammari. A much better case for the record. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was himself. Duh. I can't believe it. You should! It's not even the first suicide that you deal with. Phoenix? You dealt with, like, Magnifice. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Honestly, I'm pretty sure it's more about his wife than the rebel hideout, but sure. Whatever you say, Phoenix. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Ah! What? What was this? Ooh! God, I still don't like that model for Maya. I know she's possessed, but also I hate it. Like, the hair makes it really, really weird. The High Priest committed suicide. I have never heard anything more absurd. The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Stop calling my brain putrid and cheese-like. He's been doing that the entire day. Its putrid cabin holes are as large as a hole in his logic. That's what she said. What hole? That's also what she said. You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life. Yes. But have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? Ah. Alright, that. After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused Maya Fey could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Sadbadi says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic. Hey! And your evidence is too weak. Hey! You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. You're right! The dagger was impaled in Zealot's body. His body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the riot. But what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. Yeah. Of course, that's it! What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the riot. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life. But no weapon was ever found on the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Shows what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon? You guys do realize that the other guy, that Zealot, died by the same weapon. It's a statue. It's a fucking statue. I've been pointing at the statues at the beginning. I was like, he definitely got killed by the statue. And then they brought the dagger, and I was like, well, maybe it was that, like, the dagger is fake or some shit. And then I was like, well, maybe it was the dagger, but, like, the statue's covered in blood. Like, that seems unnatural. And then he's like, oh yeah, Zealot died by getting impaled by the statue after the rock fell on him. And I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. And he's like, well, if you're telling me that he would put there, like, the day before with the dagger, and, like, clearly he died by the statue. The game has been pointing at the fucking statue the entire time. The statue's covered in blood. To be fair, that should have been proof enough that it was suicide. I'm going to point that out. Because an actual murderer will not have left the statue covered in blood. Like, the water is one thing. But if he had been killed by someone and they wanted to hide their crime, they would have cleaned the statue, because it would have made it too obvious that the statue was used as a murder weapon. Since he killed himself, he had no, chance to clean the statue. So, like, yeah. I got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. Felix, how do you not know? Another person was killed by the same thing! Why is Phoenix so fucking stupid? Well, would the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest. It would also be beneficial to pass it as suicide for the same reason though if he was murdered. Yeah. To be fair, yes. But considering that his entire, the entire thing was about, hiding the other murdered and the secret hideout. Yeah, it's a badly crafted case. There's a bunch of moments where, there's arguments to be made about, okay, but, why? The thing that made me lose my mind the most is when they pointed out, the seance for Zealot. And they acted like these, the rug would look the same as the moss on the stone. They keep calling it floor, which is impossible for him to see the floor in this position, in this situation, because there's a rug. It would make sense if they told me that he was looking at the rug. But that would have to make them point out that the texture of moss and the texture of a rug are completely different, and you can actually notice that by looking at it. It's not obvious in game, because that wasn't the point that the game was trying to make, but it's one of the most obvious things. If you've ever seen moss up close, it's not gonna look the same as a fucking rug. So, that would already prove, without a shadow of doubt, that he wasn't, here. Never mind the fact that the position of the hands is different here from, here. The hands are to space. No one took, fingerprints out of this rock, even though they probably should have, because the hand is perfectly imprinted, so there should be some fingerprints left that would have proven that he was there. There's a bunch of little details that are just there that you would think, oh, that's gonna come up at some point, and it never fucking comes up. And you're just am I insane? Am I dumb? Why? Why is the case doing this? Anyway, it's just so fucking sad. What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time. And his lethality has been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, it was the Warbat statue. That is called Warbat also. I hate seeing it. Oh. He deserved worse. You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives. Would you care to chime in, Abbot Inmi? No, he lies. I paid him no heed. Why, it's his wife? Is his wife? Hi. Yeah, it's her. I expected that much. Lady Inmi. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Believe, no! Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot Inmi, let your wife speak. Now, Lady Inmi, please continue if you would. Is that time again? And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducts his daily prayers, and the time Perry was slain. And there's the thing. There's the theme song. That sound is, the Steel Samurai alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband.
So I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. Do we have to have this serious conversation with the Seal Samurai team in the background? Couldn't she have just, you know, stopped the alarm, just as he started playing? Oh, there it is. Okay. No, stop. She knows not what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Damn. Maya, are you okay? Ah, but it me. Bailiff, summon a physician at once, and whack that physician's balls. Do I have to? Yes! The physician is now attending the High Priest, so there is no need to fear. That High Priest has the body of my friend. Now let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Yeah, that's what I said. Miss Inmi, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel just like my husband. His tragedy unfolded before the rite during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare for Dad's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared. Yes, you know, I never thought about it, but now that I think about it, you know what's another thing that points to her specifically? When you go to Dad's hideout, his temporary hideout, there's like a bunch of food on a table, like a coffee table. There's a bunch of really good-looking food, and he talks of of getting help, being hiding there, and like getting some grub, and he talks in plurals all the time. He's specifically talking in plural the entire time. There are more rebels than just these two people, clearly. Like, it's an organization. But I wouldn't be surprised if she's the one who cooked that. And I'm amazed that you check on the food, and you can see the food on the family photo, and Phoenix never does the connection. Because it is kind of like a big deal. Because if it is the same food that she cooks, that directly points her out as a rebel. And like, that's kind of a big point. And yeah, it's super circumstantial, don't get me wrong. It's like mega circumstantial evidence. But it's also something that he could have used to point at her and be like, well, I got a chance to speak with Dads, and he was clearly getting well fed by someone who cooks very well. And he mentions more than one person all the time. So it can't just be the High Priest. It has to be more than one person. And who do we know who is close to the High Priest, who would be helping him, and who actually cooks that well? His fucking wife. Like, again, super circumstantial, but it is something. Perry was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel. I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Miss Inmi. So the true identity of the rebel hunter Lady Kira was Perry Zealot. Yes, whose real name was actually real name, but that's beside the point. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. Okay, I need to talk about this after this case is finished because it's making me lose my mind, and I already mentioned this mid-case, but I need to talk about it again. The secret police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. Ah! Even without the DC Act, Tarkans is such a scumbag says a number. What's that supposed to mean?
Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. The trick of Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. No, this can't be. My father would never. Right, your father is literally evil presenting. He's evil presenting, okay? Like he's evil. Like, you know, male presenting, female evil presenting. It's like, no, this guy is he's just undeniably evil. He looks evil. It's incredible how evil he looks. Evil presenting is great. It's true though. They're characters that you just see them and it's like, no, yeah, he's evil presenting. Like he's clearly evil. There's nothing that obscures that fact. It's just evil presenting. He was assigned evil at birth, if you will. This must be a boulder of the blue for Raifa, which is funny because, God, how stupid is this child? This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Koreanese clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But this cannot be! Yeah. What do you expect? You live in a dictatorship. You live in a dictatorial monarchy. What do you fucking expect? For there to not be state-sanctioned murder? Your decapitations are a state-sanctioned murder! Like, I'm sorry, the death penalty is state-sanctioned murder! That's what it is! Why are you surprised? The other day you were about to decapitate an 8-year-old! Sorry, I'm just losing my mind right now. Please! Now, Lady Inmi, please continue. Koray suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Allow me to take it from here. But Inmi, are you sure you're alright now? I am sorry that you had to see that. But you need not worry about me. I am already dead. And my ghost is gonna have a party in heaven or whatever in like an hour. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. I mean, Phoenix, clearly it was protecting his wife. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion, and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at the time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. Okay, but what about rigor mortis? Would that have worked? Wouldn't have, even with the ice keeping the body cold, wouldn't rigor mortis had already set? And in the case that it said, moving it would have made it obvious to any competent doctor doing the autopsy that it was moved post rigor mortis. So how is this not part of the case? It is perfectly possible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure a prayer time after all. So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, but surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Faye's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite for the day before. And right before the rite, I drug her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's rose over the whereabouts statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robe were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the rose, taking them with me, as I fell onto the ground. How terrible! What possesses you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Satmari, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you all, of all people, to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Miss Inmi's crime, your suicide. It can be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks! Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. Ah, Dirk's law book. The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Miss Inmi's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it will be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I fail to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Kurain, the divination sense is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robe upon the Warbad statue. It made it seem that Acolyte Fate was the rebel hunting Lady Kira.
But are you saying use my divination sense to produce false evidence?
Forgive me, your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps. But I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason.
Because he was protecting his wife? Nahida, are you a piece of shit like all the time or only every other day of the week? Like, what other options did this asshole have? No offense to the abbot, by calling him an asshole. Like, he didn't trust Phoenix. Which, to be fair, I can understand, because he's ridiculous like that, but that was an option. He could have gone to Phoenix, which he didn't. Understandable in these circumstances. If Phoenix wasn't there, he would have had no defense. Like, there's no defense attorney in this goddamn country. He had no options. So, let's say that Phoenix wasn't there. His only options are blame himself for the crime, blame someone else for the crime, get his wife, just, let his wife just go to jail while pregnant. Killing himself, is it a little dramatic? Yes. But as much as this case is badly constructed, it's badly constructed a lot on, what evidence is, shown as important, a bunch of stuff relating to, how it's presented, but, as far as, the motive makes perfect sense. Yeah, what other options does this guy have? Phoenix is a lawyer, but if there's no lawyers around, he doesn't have any real options except letting his wife go to jail for who knows how long while pregnant, if not outright getting decapitated. Phoenix is here right now, but there's a non-zero, reason for him to trust him. The motive makes sense. The motive is the one thing that makes sense in this specific case, I would say.
The rest is just kind of like a mess. But like the motive is the one thing that makes sense. So like Nahida, the fuck are you talking about? This guy is a wife dude. He's a wife guy. Like how could you speak badly of a wife guy, Nayuta? God, someone like put him in the corner, please. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. You've been saying that half of the entire trial, child. Someone kick this child out of the courtroom! All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it all has been... Poor Raifa. No, poor Raifa. This child is a piece of shit. She likes killing people, Phoenix. Phoenix, she wants to decapitate you. Can I point that out? Can I point that out that she, like, celebrates every time that we're about to lose because she wants to see us decapitated? Just because she's salty that we call her out on her senses being shed? Can I point that out? Can I point that out that she has definitely gotten innocent people killed? And the game does not go out of its way to, like, you know, point out the fact that she definitely has gotten a bunch of people killed that were probably innocent because of the shitty legal system that they have. Because that's like a big deal to me. It's kind of like a big deal to me. She's really taking this hard. Yeah, because she's finally realized she's guilty of a bunch of bullshit, Phoenix. God. I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. I have done to you and Accolade Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty. Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama parting, if you please. Very well. Your benevolence, please allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. He's in me. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Yes, always and forever. And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. Until I remarry, anyway. This case was shit, but I actually do feel bad for her. Like, she accidentally killed a guy, she lost her husband, and all because this country is absolute fucking trash. Like, genuinely feeling bad for that woman. God, that ghost. I don't like that he's naked. Like, she's really the biggest victim here beyond Maya. Very well, my darling trust. And she's back, thank the Lord. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I'm so glad that your titties are not showing everywhere. What? Don't worry about it. I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh, but what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born of the defense culpability act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix, right? I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. I don't like the sound of that. Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to our current and previous charge against them, I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and her defense Phoenix Wright. Yay! You know, this doesn't have the same energy. Where's my confetti? I miss my confetti. Where's my celebration and the confetti and the applause? I live for the applause and there's no applause in this goddamn court. You're so serene, I hate it. Anyway, Raifa, is your evil presenting dad gonna like show up and tell me to go fuck myself? May 12th, 4:20 p.m. 4:20! Smoke weed every day. Hi, Court of Karain. Accused lobby. So, I was thinking, Nick. The legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, it even forced the High Priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's almost like they're living in a monarchic dictatorship. Okay, now that the case is actually done, technically, I do want to go back to that. The more that I go through this game, the thing that really pisses me off, the thing that makes me lose my mind, is that this is a game with like a relatively serious backdrop, societally speaking. Like, you have a country that is a monarchy, which is arguably a dictatorship if you ask me. Most monarchies, I would argue, are more or less closer to a dictatorship than anything else, except an actual dictatorship. Where it's not only like a monarchy, but like it's a dictatorial monarchy because you have like a system where no one can actually defend themselves from being accused of like crimes. Because if they get a defense, the defense is gonna get decapitated with them if they lose the trial, which can happen. There's no way to like go back and demand that the trial is done again because like the seance is absolute. So retrials are not a thing. And I assume most of the time you get decapitated, so kind of difficult to get a retrial if you're dead. And then you find out that there's like a secret police running around, killing people who they think and or know that they're rebels. Which, not to bring out actual history here, but like most dictatorship had secret police. It was called the police. And the army for the right. Well, if you check like dictatorships in South America, it was primarily the army, because most of the dictatorship was military dictatorships. But yeah, like they have a way to do state-sanctioned murder, which I hate to break it to the people of the peanut gallery when they were complaining about it, but the death penalty is state-sanctioned murder. The state sanctions that you can give death as a penalty to other people for crimes. So like, you have these, and this is kind of like a serious deal. Like, the death penalty is like a hot topic for some people. Every time that there's arguments about like, does the carceral system work? No, then what can we do? Like, talking about restorative justice and all shit. People always blame like, okay, but what do we do with like the people who do like really terrible crimes? Like, what do you do with the murderers? What do you do with the serial killers? What do you do with the rapists? And there's always a motherfucker, even on the left, who will be like, well, you know, you can always kill them. And then it starts getting heated, because we all agree that state-sanctioned murder is bad, because if you do state-sanctioned murder, that means that you can let the state choose who to murder, which is bad. For a variety of reasons. And like, this is all very serious topics. Like, this is serious stuff. This is not nothing. Like, there's philosophy classes that go through months of discussion for this shit. People have argued about this kind of shit for like centuries. It's such a serious thing. And this game does not treat any of that with even the slightest amount of seriousness that it deserves as a topic. Like, it's a PG to PG-13. I don't even remember the pay that they gave it. I think it's PG-13. Like, I'm not expecting a deep philosophical like talk about the nature of like the carceral system and whether or not the death penalty is good, which is not, but you know, the argument is like, should we have the death penalty and why? I'm not expecting that. But it's so utterly devoid of maturity for a topic that is actually super serious. And I mentioned it before when I was already ranting about this, but the thing that really got me was in the last stream when we saw That's Arable guy in his fucking hideout. And his entire thing was like, well, we just want to change the law so we can live in a better monarchy. Like, we just want to live in a fair monarchy. And he's like, it's a monarchy, it's never gonna be fair. You have one guy at the top of the monarchy that is like basically God, and you're all down. Like, from the top down. Like, I'm not saying democracy is perfect, because my god, democracy is not working right now. But you think that having one guy with, like, godlike powers is fair? You don't realize that you can change the law, and then, like, a new monarch comes in, and they just decide to change it again, and then you have to start the revolution again. Over and over and over for decades and decades and decades, because every 5 years or whatever, a new monarch comes in that just changes the laws on their favor. Like, it's so utterly childish about the nature of something this serious. And it takes me away beyond the fact that the cases are badly crafted, beyond the fact that some of this shit is ridiculous, beyond the fact that the characters are just worse versions of other characters that I like more. Like, Raifa is just like the worst possible version of Franziska von Karma ever, without any of the positives. It's so utterly lacking in opinions. Like, it lacks any sort of, like, sincere, like, maturity to what it's saying. And again, I don't expect a lot, but I think about Justice for All, which is literally a game where, like, the main reason why none of the cases are connected, beyond the fact that it's an interquel between the first game and Trials and Tribulations. Like, I mean, it's the second game, so of course. But, like, between the fact that it's just connecting one way into the other, Justice for All is, like, thematically about what justice means, where most of the cases are people who are partially justified in what they did, or they accidentally did a crime. There's always something that makes you go, but this person is actually understandable. Like, there's a connection of humanity in the criminal, because what they did is understandable. Like, there's an emotion there where you get it. Where the only case where that doesn't happen, it's the last one, and it's on purpose, because the reality is that you're forced to get him the non-guilty verdict, and, you know, things happen. But, like, it's about questioning what justice means, and if people receiving, like if people can even receive justice. Because a lot of those people who committed crimes, who are guilty in Justice for All, are people who didn't get justice themselves for crimes that they had to suffer from. Like, most of them are people who didn't get the justice they deserved. And so they're taking, basically, revenge against people who took something away from them. They never got the comeuppance. So, like, there's a conversation there in the topic at hand. Like, there's a theme that you see and you recognize. And that's the weight of the story itself. This game doesn't have any of that, and it has a much more actually serious topic as background noise, basically. And I'm supposed to take it seriously, but the game is not doing anything about it. And I hate that. Like, if you wanted to get all of these themes, why not talk about them? Why are they just in the background? Why is this not a mature game? Like, it's just not a mature game. Like, the background noise, the background presentation is like, yeah, this is fucked up, and we should be talking about this. And the game is just like, yeah, we're not gonna point about it, we're not gonna talk about it. Like, the fact that Raifa is 15, and she's basically responsible. She has been, at least partially, if not completely responsible, for many, many people being, like, murdered. Like, being sentenced to the death penalty. And a lot of them might have been perfectly, like, innocent. Not that they should have gotten the death penalty even if guilty. Like, we're not gonna have a conversation about that? That is a 14-year-old that has a hilarious amount of blood on her hands. And we're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna talk about the fact that she likes talking about the fact that we're gonna get decapitated if we lose a trial. Like, it's fun. Like, it's a nothing burger. We're not gonna talk about that, apparently. Like, what the fuck? Like, am I insane? I know I've been asking this, but am I insane to think that there's something seriously wrong with a plot that does not actually take into account that all of these things are real and in the plot, and it just doesn't talk about it. It just kind of ignores it. It's like, look at this Thunder character. It's like, okay, but what about all the murder she kind of committed? We're not gonna talk about it? We're not talking about it? Like, I feel insane. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Hi, child. Your benevolence? Ha! What? I was, just wondering, are you alright? Quiet, you. How could I possibly be alright? I like seeing her unhappy, though. Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me? Trampling my insides underfoot and plunging the House of Justice into utter chaos. You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel! Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual. What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with the victims, Mitama, would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I am left now with a heavy truth in my heart. Oh, are you gonna, like, deal with the fact that you probably kill a bunch of people? I'm sorry, Raifan. Don't be sorry! She's literally the princess of a monarchy! What do you have to feel sorry for? Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama. Who are you? Is it Nayuta? Maybe? Or is it the priestess one? Like, I don't know who it's gonna be. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. What? Oh, it's Maya. I was expecting someone completely different. Maya? How dare you! Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey! It was spirit channeling, not a divination, that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Ha 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 ha! Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess raised by a lowly outsider. Don't be so hard on yourself. I'm going to chuck that child out of a window. Actually, there's a window right there. Phoenix, grab that child and chuck her out of the window. Why not? Is it not worth at least a laugh or two? You shouldn't talk like that. Listen, Your Benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination songs, right? The station of Royal Priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of Royal Priestess. The people of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak! Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. Yeah, Raifa, you owe her an apology for being happy about her being killed. Also. And constantly calling her a neophyte. Like, you owe her kind of a lot of apologies to her, and to me, and to a lot of people for the record. For even today, I call you a neophyte practitioner. It's alright, Your Benevolence. No, it's not! Thank you for finally acknowledging me. A future queen and a future village master. Yes, it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, Your Benevolence. Barbhead! Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You played an important role in assuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. And your kingdom, in general, could you make it a democracy? Again, I know democracies aren't exactly working these days, but... look, it's better than the alternative! Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth, and the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But it's dangerous thinking of a rebel! Your Benevolence. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. No, you're literally a 14-year-old, which I am going to chuck out of a window. Knowing you, Your Benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. Sadly, they didn't do anything with her hairstyle when they decided to redesign her character to make her look more adult. I'm still salty about that too, for the record. I saw the art in the art book, where it was like all of the other designs they went through, and there were a couple of really cool hairstyles for Maya, and they just went with her classic hairstyle with slightly modified at the end. And I'm like, really, guys? You could have tried... Really? Okay, sure, whatever. God forbid. What was that? It came from the hallway! Smoke, we're ready to go check it out, hurry! Miss Inmi! Mr. Wright? And Colette Faye? I'm so sorry for what transpired. You're almost sentenced to death because of me. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. What? I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. Well, that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband. Lady Inmi, we got... Oh god, is that... Lady Inmi, we gotta hurry! That voice, is that Mr. Arable? I must tell the people, they must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under the odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges us fairly. Hey there, PW! I wish we had more time to talk, but... Dark! Everything's ready! It's go time! Dark? Hi. Mister? Wait, was that the rebel leader Dark? After them! Don't let them get away! Power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. No, Phoenix, it's the start of a revolution in general. Like, you can't just exactly change the legal system without, like, changing the entire rest of the system. Like, division of powers, honey bunches. If you don't have division of powers, then what the fuck are you doing? Again, you just have a monarchy or a dictatorship. Look. Division of powers, Phoenix, right? Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dark. I bet it'd make her another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Plum Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never watch what she sees in those shows. See, this is what I mean. We go from, like, actual revolutionary army exploding shit up off screen in the process of trying to change, like, an entire legal system, which is not how it works. Like, you're gonna have to, like, revamp the entire government, honey bunches. But whatever. To this dumbass joke. That... What's the point? But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. I guess, but I hate that. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Like, I think that's what gets me beyond the badly constructed cases, beyond the fact that it's just not fun. It's so bad at, like, its own mood. Does that make sense? Like, the game's mood is all over the place, and not in a good way. Like, the comedy does not land when things are serious. The serious stuff does not land because it's not taken as seriously as it should be. A lot of it is just kind of there, and it doesn't say anything about itself. I'm just gonna finish my coffee.
Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What time is it? It's 9, 10,
11. No, not the noodles! The noodles. Oh wait, is this the case with the clown? Is this the case with the clown? I think this is the case with the clown. I've seen the clown. Oh boy, is this gonna be the case with the clown? May 13, 9:45 a.m. District Court, Defendant Novi number 6. What the heck? Who brings a defendant to his own trial late? Plus, that request was so last minute I didn't even have a chance to talk with my client. He's late for a very important date. My name is Athena Sykes. Armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-hows and the writers not giving a shit about my character, I'm a fully competent defender of the right anything agency. Though I wish my client will shut up already. The trial's about to start. It appears we made it just in time. Where have you been? The trial's about to start, Simon? I thought it was gonna be someone else! You need to get so worked up, Athena. His boldness can wait. Well, I guess Athena at least is gonna have quality time with her boyfriend. There's no way he'd wait for me. And besides, why would I want to start off on the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? Dealing with such matters is part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, covering for your lateness is not! Still but a ranked amateur, I see. This is Simon Blackwell. He might not look it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist, and also my boyfriend. He and I go way back. As for our shared specializations in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak. But he's kinda my senior, I guess, in a literal way, like he's like 10 years older than me. But twisted sense of humor or no, I wish he'd stop treating me like a child all the time. Even though he's known me since I was a child. So, when are Right Dono and Justice Dono? Mr. Wright is abroad and Apollo is helping Trucy with her magic show. Didn't I tell you? They're what? So neither one of them are here? Leaving you to take this on alone? Yep! Ye gods. Alright, Dono back, it's not too late. Oh no, not too late at all. He would only need to know how to teleport. Very well. And I will settle for Justice Dono. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here. Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon! Okay, so I assume by this dialogue that this has happened at the same time that Trucy's magic show is going on. So Apollo is right now in the middle of getting sawed off in half. You may not want to admit it, but I got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me and go watch from the gallery. As your defense, or else in a spectacular fashion? No, as I win the heck out of this trial! I'll be okay, promise. So wipe that look off your face already, will you? No sex for a week for you. Anyway, I take it the guy behind you is yes, he's your he's asleep again. Hoi! Bookie, wake up. Yeah! Ow! What you do that for, Simon? Who the fuck are you? Yeah, Rickety. She's your lawyer, such as it were. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however. 2 weeks without sex for you. Oh yeah, he sure doesn't look it, does she? Is she like your fellow apprentice or something? Something like that. I've known her longer than I know you. You could say we're bound to one another. People don't ship this shit as much as I think they should ship it. After that kind of dialogue. Like, why aren't people crazy? Like, don't get me wrong, I know, it's a straights. But also, this shit goes crazy. Okay, well then, guess I better call him Miss Chickadee then. Simon, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 shits to the wind at his own trial. I know we just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind. Do as you will, just save it for after the trial. Hey Shigai, don't call me that! Hi, tell me he's an old friend of mine. I'm the 4th generation head chef of Red Silver. Wed number 4, Bucky Wet. Nice to meet ya.
It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wet. So he can put himself together when he wants to. If only the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes. Having been accused of a murder that only occurred yesterday, I'm afraid it's taking a toll on the poor boy. Is that where he's literally sloshed before his trial, Simon? What's on the court record? Hi, Simon, you're still 29, I see. Taifu Tornado. A Rakugo storyteller of 55 years who is famous for his soba-based routines. He has 2 disciples under him in his troupe, age 70. My client for this case had the forehead of wet soba. He's still got a lot to learn about noodle making, age 20. Buckwheat. Okay, his name is Abundant Buckwheat. Okay, sure. And you happened to be there at the theater where it all happened to, right? They said they found a Rakugo storyteller murder in his residence room. Indeed. The victim, Master Storyteller Taifu Tornado, was a long-time patron of Wet Soda. Master Tornado had been looking after Bucky ever since when Noodle number 3 passed away. I see, so the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh? That should be all fine. Like a fan now, he was always dishing my soba.
How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Now pull yourself together, number 3 must be rolling in his grave.
Believe me! Yeah, please! None of them believe me! They want listen to me! It looked like he's still in shock from the whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wet. Everything's gonna be alright. I hope. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing this guy in jail. I'm going to defend you with everything I got. You're in good hands now. Yeah, me. You believe in me, ma'am. Of course, no matter what, I believe in you to the very end. You wish, Miss Chicky. Now, come on, I need you to shape up. Just like those al dente noodles of yours. Yes, ma'am. My soba is the freshest. Mr. Wet!
Bucky, you great big pillock.
So, how exactly do you know this guy?
I used to frequent Wet Soda. I'm still do, in fact. I've known him since he was a lad. That's why his father and Master Tornado were always so good to me.
I didn't know you liked soba so much, Simon. I mean, maybe I should have assumed. Why, with you being a giant weeaboo? But, you know, I didn't know.
I wouldn't expect one such as you, who eats meat slab between slabs of bread, to understand the delicate taste and the subtle textures imparted by buckwheat flour.
Hey, that's just rude!
But I digress.
Huh, I'm all about flavor and subtlety and stuff!
No, you're not.
That was a thought.
I know. If I let Wet Soba end like this, I'll never be able to face number 3 or Master Tornado in the next life.
Ah, I see. And that's why you came to me. You wanted somebody you could trust.
It was never my intention to ask you.
I'll show him I can handle it just fine.
Well, I believe it's just about time.
What? But we haven't even properly discussed the case yet.
What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadine out.
This guy's not getting sex for like 3 months at this point. I'm just trembling with excitement of battle. That's all. Okay, let's do this. Come on, Mr. Wet. Get up off the floor. We've got a case to win. Ish, Mishiki. I'm gonna do my best.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
What? I mean, it said wet soba, but also what?
Yeah, she was a noodle, so he said, no can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. Yeah, he hung up. Okay, yeah, shoot it. He's not going to do himself or his case any favors like this, Hyman. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere. Very yes, maybe if I were a lover, I would afford you for doing the noodles. But I'm fresh, like my soba, and then soba don't rest. It's all about the 3 freshes. Grind the wood with seed fresh, cut the dirt fresh, and boil the noodle for...
He's blacked out.
Oh boy, I just knew something like this would happen. Simon, what are these 3 freshes of soba he was talking about?
First, buckwheat seeds or groats are ground to make buckwheat flour.
Sorry.
The dough made with this flour is cut with a large rectangular knife into noodles. And finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately, one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten.
Oh, so that's what he meant. I wouldn't want him to make me any soba right now, though, that's for sure.
Athena, it's no time for idle chatter. We need to get into the courtroom now. Just remember, as the prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. So don't expect any help from my quarter.
There you go, treat me like I'm incompetent again. No sex with you for like 5 months. Yes, 5, now go. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking you for help anyway. Ugh, just you wait, Simon. I'll show you. I'll show them all. Mr. Wright and Apollo may not be here, but that's alright. I can do this on my own. Can we do this on our own? I love how the game treats Athena like she's, you know... like she's incompetent. It's like so fun when they do that to the only female lawyer that we've ever played as, except for Mia in one case. Totally not a problem in the writing that she's treated as kind of incompetent, and not even in like an entertaining way. And Simon, the guy she technically should have saved, didn't get saved by her. Technically, because he got saved by Phoenix, also treats her that way, which like he's the only one who kind of makes sense because he's known her since she was a child, so you could see as kind of like an older brother poking for another younger kind of situation. But also, okay, sure, cool. I like that she's here. I like that Simon is here. Simon was one of the few things that I liked about Dual Destinies. But also, why would they do this to me? Why would they do this to me, I wonder? May 13, 9:50 a.m. District Court, Courtroom number 4. Judgy! I miss you! The other judge is not as fun. Well, he's basically the same guy, actually. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor.
Actually, this makes sense that this happens right after the events of Trucy's trial, because otherwise Nahyuta wouldn't be here. He would be back at Kurain. What's this? Ooh! No prayer this time, Prosecutor Samadi.
That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby.
How very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country?
Chief Prosecutor Edward himself called on me to handle this case. Besides, I have a debt to repay. And though my opponent is yet a callow...
Really? That's what you... Okay.
Is yet a callow thing. I have no qualms with sending her down to hell.
Dude! If you have a score to settle, it's with Apollo, not me.
But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I am a qualified and capable attorney. Not that the narration treats me that way. But that's the narration's fault, to be fair. Then what is that yellow attire if not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick? Now cease your shrill chirping.
Now, Prosecutor Sarmati. She's still only a teenager. Please go easy on her.
Great! Now even the judge is giving me the kid treatment. I'm 19! Very well. Shall we begin, Your Honor?
Yes, I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor Sarmati, please give your opening statement.
I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me. Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12, at a storyteller's theater called Kurukuru Tei. The victim was a great master of the Tornado School of Rakugo, or comedic storytelling. His name was Taifu Tornado. The scene of the murder was the theater's dressing room. It is inaccessible via the staff entrance hallway and has an inner and outer sliding door. Okay. Ooh. The estimated time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m.
How was he killed? Like, is that blood or is just the soup? I think it's the blood, but also it could be soup.
The cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. I'm going to assume it's kind of like either a gas or it's literally the soup. Like, a gas makes sense. Like, you have a stove that could have, like, produce gas. You have the open fridge. I think that could do it depending on the type of fridge. There's a lot of white in the room. There could be some kind of powder. The autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon.
Okay. So it has to be some kind of gas. Like a suffocation by the room getting filled with some kind of gas that caused him to suffocate. Like, you wouldn't find it in the lungs. Like, it would be more difficult, I think, to actually figure that out.
I will not submit the incident report to the court. Well, thanks.
You piece of shit. They us out the report. Okay.
Prosecutor Sarmati, how can you name Mr. Wet as the culprit when you don't know how the victim was killed or even with what? Well, it is true that the weapon and precise method are as of yet unknown. The accused is the only one who had the opportunity to commit the murder. I will explain this assertion in further detail as we continue.
Ugh, I guess it means he has some kind of evidence to present.
Now, would the accused care to plead his case?
Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Miss Sykes?
Sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary.
Sir, surely it is the lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court.
Great! Starting off the wrong foot already!
Mr. Wet is the head chef of a soba shop frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wet went to the theater at the victim's request.
Taifu Tornado was a connoisseur of soba, as you can see in these photographs. He was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. The soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made there. Liking soba is one thing, but making it in a theater dressing room is a bit much, no?
Athena, stop Frenching. This is so not the moment for you to be Frenching. Master Tornado truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable.
And yet the accused had ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discover the deed to the accused's shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit Wet soba when he lost his father recently.
Uh-huh. However, it's believed that the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. Okay.
A murder about the deed to a shop. That does sound like a plausible motive.
So that's what this case is about. I wish Simon had filled me in a little better. I could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if he had. Defense. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case. Well, you see... You are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession. You putrid egg yolk. Eek! I'm sorry. Apollo's a red pepper and now I'm an egg yolk. We've only just started and I've already been demoted from spring chick. Do you know that some places eat, like, fertilized chicken egg? Well, I think that can also be done with fertilized, like, duck egg. But, like, basically they fertilize it and then, you know, you're supposed to eat the fertilized embryo. Have you ever wanted to eat a baby? Because you can. Do that. I don't think it would taste very good, but I'm sure that there's some delicacies made with that. I am ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Stop it with your gay-ass butterfly. Let us listen to the words of one who was present when the crime was discovered. Someone who was there when the victim body was found. Very well. Witness, please take the stand. Is it gonna be Simon? Oh, god damn it, yeah, those are Simon's boots. It's fucking Simon. Hi, Simon. Simon! Why didn't you tell me about this shit? Witness, please state your name and occupation. Simon Blackwell, prosecutor. Prosecutor Blackwell! You didn't tell me you were going to take the stand? There simply wasn't time. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackwell. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. Damning scene? What in the world did Simon see? Prosecutor said Daniel was it. Before I give my testimony, there's something I'd like to confirm. By all means. This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedy storytelling. Ah god, the weeaboo is weeabooing. Do you have enough knowledge of this art form to handle the case competently? Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case? Not yet. I am simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic. For now. It is a prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research on rakugo last night and have grasped the overall idea of it. How much could you possibly grasp in a single night? Is he gonna do like a routine? Rakugo is a form of entertainment, entertaining story. Oh god, is he gonna... Great, he's gonna start ranting. 3 hours later! Okay, he's done. This traditional art was originally invented by monks to make sermons more interesting. Are you satisfied? If not, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or shall I perform the famous story of Yugemu instead?
It appears you have put in a bit of story.
Your acknowledgement is most welcome, Prosecutor Blackwell. Is this what people ship these to? I've seen that people ship these to. Is it because of this shit?
I can see why you are known for being quite thorough in your research, Prosecutor.
Yeah, and annoying.
Now, I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind.
If that is your honor's request. You get me. Your honor, could we please get back to the trial? He spent like 3 hours explaining this shit.
All right, of course, I nearly forgot that we were in the middle of a trial.
Seriously, of all the things for you to forget.
Ahem. Now then, back to the case. Prosecutor Blackwell, please tell this court what you witness.
Oh boy. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. I went straight to Master Tornado's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Tornado's junior disciple, Wendo? Yeah, it's Wendo. Wendo. Apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Wendo discovered Master Tornado's body. Okay. Now, wait just a minute here, Prosecutor Blackwell. With testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. Wed of the crime. All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it appears. But a qualified and capable attorney such as you should be able to dispatch with it, right? Well, yeah, duh. Alright. I guess I better start, getting all the info out of him that I can. When your boyfriend is a piece of shit but also the witness. Oh hey, my boyfriend is the prosecution's witness. That one song by the Gaviners. Prosecutor Blackwell, what did you go to the theater for in the first place? I went because I had received an invitation from Master Tornado. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple Wendo's promotion. It was also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name of Wendo 2? Second? I guess it would be second, but wouldn't it be the second? So what exactly does it mean to succeed to a stage name? You really don't know, do you? In the performing arts, a name succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name. I see. So there was another Wendo Raku artist before and this disciple succeeded him, huh? And what exactly did your invitation say? It contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. Oh, it appears Typhoon Tornado was going to perform Toki Soba, or Time Soba. He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba, using only his fan as a prop. And Wendo was to perform Soba Sei, or Soba Glutton. A Soba Team show, I see! It seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself, Your Boldness. The first to perform was the senior disciple Geiru, followed by Endo, and lastly Master Tornado. Okay. I see, so that's why you happened to be at the Storyteller's Theater yesterday. So what happened after you arrived? Okay, this is another press. I'm pretty sure I have basically no evidence, so this is like a press everything situation, I feel. How did Master Tornado appear when you said hello to him? I went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately, we didn't actually meet. You didn't see him? Why not? Geiru escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. You heard Rakugo being performed in the dressing room? Yes, not just me, but Geiru as well. In other words, you can confirm that the victim was still alive at around 4 p.m. Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tornado. There's a TV there that could have been used to play like old shows. You people are stupid. I could tell because it was the times of a routine being performed in there. So that means the victim was killed sometime after that. Not really, necessarily. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter. Okay, yeah. Why am I reading that? I already read that. Please tell us in detail how Mr. Wet appeared at the time. Gabriel and I were waiting in the hallway for Master Teneo to finish practicing when Bucky appeared into the dressing room with his things. What happened after that? We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room looking rather irate. This is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It would have been entirely possible to kill him within the span of 10 minutes. Yeah, I'd better come up with some kind of counter-argument, and fast. Okay. Mr. I'm assuming it's Mr. What do you mean by apparently? Didn't you see him go in? No, I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the restroom room. I wasn't able to see the restroom room door from where I was standing at the time. But Garu was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all. I see. Why do you suppose Suendo went to the dressing room anyway? He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. A disciple is to pay their master's respect right before and after each performance. And all disciples are expected to do this? Yes, it's common courtesy among Rakugo artists. I see. Could you tell us what happened after Wendo went into the dressing room? Certainly. Okay. And how did Wendo act at the time? After Wendo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes, we heard a scream from inside the room and Wendo came flying out. Did you hear any signs of a struggle at that time? No, just Wendo's woeful scream. I see. Well, that amounted to nothing. Well done, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. And now, please allow me to summarize your testimony. While Prosecutor Blackwell and Garu were in the hallway waiting for Master Tornado, the accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room, and about 10 minutes later he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. Oh, that's a little. A short time after the accused had come and gone, when the tornado went into the room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Wendo gave a scream and came running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Blackwell and Garu then ran into the room and saw the body for themselves. Okay. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim. This is crucial testimony indeed. Thanks, Simon. You've only just screwed us. Defense. An eyewitness has given conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go and allow the victim his last rites? Not on your life! If Wendo went into the dressing room too and was the first to discover the body, then who's to say he didn't commit the crime? Wendo was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. He could not have possibly committed murder in that time, nor without making any noise. Oh, Simon, why do you have to give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you give me something a little better to work with here? Isn't it up to you to ask the right questions? I am certainly willing to tell you all that I know. But if you truly are as capable as you claim, then draw out what you need yourself. This is no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackwell. That's for when we go home. Does that mean you don't remember it all that well? Oh, God, this asshole. Now, you're interrupting these two Free game. Prosecutor Blackwell? Watching you collude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Begone, witness. You shall haunt this sacred hall no more. How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised? I'll remember this, you blackguard. Okay, yeah, I see why people ship those two. Enemies to lovers kind of bullshit. Not for me, though. Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackwell. I got this. Would I have my way, he will not be the only one here to step down. You have boiled putrid egg yolk. Ew, I object to the notion that I'm a gooey, smelly mess. I wash, like some people. Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony was like the lowly opening act of a Rakugo show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time he stood on the side of the defense. To restore balance to this trial, I would like to present an actual witness for the prosecution. And who is this witness? The person who was with Prosecutor Blackwell when the body was discovered. She is another entertainer of the Tornado School, Miss Gator Tornado. Is this a clown? Is this a clown? Oh god, it's a clown! Please state your name and occupation, witness. Hello, everyone! I'm here to represent the Tornado School with a twisty twist. And Bloom, there you have it, a stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Gator Tornado. Please call me Gator City. 1, 2, Bloom! Kasongas. What a way to capture your audience attention! I dare say I can take my ass off those balloons. Judge! Please tell me you're talking about the hat, Your Honor. No. No, he's not. Ah, Mr. Judgy, I'm so glad you like my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club, please? Oh, absolutely. Judge, you're married. And please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor. Anyway, Gairo, I can't help but notice, but you seem awfully cheerful for having just lost your master. Of course I'm sad. But Shisha would scold me if I didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness. Smile, smile, smile with a twisty twist. And Bloom, there you have it, one gorgeous cake. I see. I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do. A balloon art's worse than a Rorschach's test. All I saw was a severed monster head. Gero, you're obviously a balloon artist. So how did you come to be a member of a Rakugo school? Yeah, that's kind of weird. Like, you're a clown. You're literally a clown. Well, my father, my late father, that is, was a Rakugo artist, you see. So I joined the Tornado School to be just like my daddy someday. I see. My father and I owe so much to Shisha, our master, but that Bucky went. Oh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible. She did it, right? Like she did it. She definitely did it. Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolences for your loss. And not only that, but You have more to say about Mr. Wet? Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can he say that? This is a great scent. How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset. Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Gyro's balloons bias your judgment. Mr. Wet hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember? It will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last, defense. Now then, Gairo, please share the truth with this court. Yes, your testimony, please.
Yep, yep. From 4 p.m. to a little after 4:20 p.m., Lay said, when Shisho's body was found. Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before Wendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Yugemu was barking like mad.
Prosecutor Blackwell, do you have any objections to this witness's testimony? No. Make up your bloody mind, sad monks at down. Sad monks at Maddie. Okay. First you exorcise me, now this. You need only to do as you are instructed by this humble servant of the Holy Mother. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim's soul.
Hey, I'm the defense attorney here, Prosecutor Sarmati, and I just might have an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. So what are you asking Prosecutor Blackwell for? I'm the one you should be checking with.
There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism. To steer the wind is beyond the power of a spring check. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackwell. He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Saxono.
Well, I won't let either of you insult me. I'll show you I'm no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine the witness.
I hope you can make Prosecutor Sadami see you as a worthy adversary, Miss Sykes. I'll allow you your cross-examination, so you'd better strike while the iron is hot.
Thank you, Chachi. He's the only one who believes in me.
And I guess Simon when he's not being a dick, but mostly the judge.
Yugemu? That's my doggy. I keep him at the theater. Let's see. Did a twist. And Bloon, there you have it, my cute little Yugemu. He's kinda creepy looking. Oh, but he's a really, really good boy.
And why was Yugemu barking? Do you think it's because he saw someone suspicious?
If so, then you'd have a new suspect in this case. Nah, why was he barking again? Oh, I remember, because it was time for me to feed him. So I went into his yard and gave him some food.
Couldn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that?
Nope, the door out into the yard was wide open. I would have seen if anybody went into the dressing room. Prosecutor Blackwell, come down to the stand for a sec. Please.
How many times must I do this?
You saw what Gairo was talking about, right? So why didn't you mention it before?
I can't be expected to remember every minute detail.
Well, remember them now, please. Did Gairo go out into the yard?
Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Yugemu. She looks much better without, like, the everything, actually. And I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well.
Do you recall anything else?
It looked as though she were feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. Yugemu couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in a corner of the yard. That's about all I can remember.
Okay. It looks like Gairo was telling the truth. Your Honor, I like Gairo's last statement added to her testimony.
As you wish, defense. Okay, but let me check this for a second. Actually,
Objection!
that doesn't make a lot of sense.
So you were able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard? Is that correct? That's right. The door out into the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes zero sense. Take a look at this diagram of the backstage area. There is a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness testimony.
Oh? I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Sykes. Please point out what contradicts the witness testimony. Like the direction at which the door opens.
Take that!
Keiru was in the yard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackwell even saw her there. And while she was out there, the door to the yard had been left open.
Ah, I see.
Yes, if the door to the yard was wide open, as Keiru said, it would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way!
But even if there were admittedly a few moments Keiru was not keeping watch, how much would that really affect this case?
It would greatly affect the case. From the spot Prosecutor Blackwell stood, he couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Eek! Keiru, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What? I.
Hide the fact? You speak as though you think she has something to do with the murder. Rather than deliberate deception, it was more likely a simple oversight. Right, witness?
Well, I was so shocked by what happened, I was just confused, that's all.
Even though she's trying to keep up a brave front as an entertainer, the truth is that she's being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected. Yes, it must be very difficult indeed. To a disciple, one's master is akin to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. All I can say is, defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed.
But that wasn't what I was trying to do!
Is it beyond your comprehension, defense? Your unskilled argument is carrying this witness even further. And if we ask the people of this quorum, I am sure they would agree.
What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this?
Are you afraid to find out that they think ill of you? Or that perhaps you are in the wrong? Listen to them now with that keen sense of hearing you are so proud of.
Okay, Nahida. Really? You're gonna do the shitty manipulation tactic? Really? You're gonna do that to me?
I'm gonna kill this man. Like I'm gonna kill this man.
Why are you complaining about Finitiano? Like, the feeling sorry for the witness is one thing. Complaining that her outfit is yellow? Like, I don't like yellow, but like, in comparison to other colors anyway, like, far from my favorite yellow. But like, what? She likes yellow, let her be. No, I was just trying to find the truth. Is the whole gallery siding with prosecutors and Maddie? Is it because he's a fanboy?
The people understand. They know what is right and what is wrong.
I hear the voices of the gallery. I can hear the voices of the hearts. It's so intense. I feel so alone up here fighting by myself. Okay, but like, shouldn't she have a chance to fight by herself, seeing as she didn't get the chance to do that in the game that was supposed to be hers?
Are you afraid, child?
Don't call me child. I'm gonna punch you right in the dick.
It is ludicrous to come to trial with such paltry preparations of the soul. I command you to leave this courtroom at once.
But I can't give up. I have to keep pressing on. As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door. The defendant can't be convinced solely on prosecutors Blackwell and Gairo's testimonies. Even now you will continue to resist. You are childish in defeat as well, I see. I'm not out for the count yet, Buster! I'm just getting started! Despite your posturing, it is not true that you could that your resolve could crumble at any moment. With but a little push, you will surely succumb to despair. You and your gay-ass butterfly. A little push such as with this piece of conclusive evidence. Oh, for fuck's sake! What is it? Conclusive evidence, huh? That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wet. Excuse me? Look at these Japanese playing cards, known as Karuta, lined up on the table. A special English version Karuta cards spell out a message. What they had to do for actually, to make this trial work. That message, wet number 4. Wet number 4? You mean wet noodle number 4? Yes, wet noodle number 4, as the fourth head of chef of Wet Soba is also known. This message points to none other than the accused Bucky Wet. No! That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Wow, great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh no, this is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do? Well, this sucks ass. Will you still carry on your futile fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence? You can say whatever you want, but we won't know until we... It is cruel to give the accused false hope. It will only compound his suffering. Wise people of the quorum, do you not agree? The Peanut Gallery does not get to choose! What? But I'm trying to prove Mr. Wet's innocence here! I know you can hear them, defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused soul. It is time for you to let it go and move on, you inexperienced lawyer. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here. Is he right? Is this too much for me to handle on my own? And Athena's entire character development from the last game goes right into the gutter. Oh, I wonder if there will be a big competent man that will save her. Now, defense, leave everything to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Silence!
Oh great, the big competent man is gonna save me. He's trying to use your keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. I know! I'm aware! It's hilarious that she's not aware of it. She should have the actual, character development to recognize this at this point. You know, this game completely ignores the fact that Dual Destiny exists, character development-wise. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man. Simon! What is with that pose? I know it's his pose from a different angle, but dude, do you have to look sensual when you do that? What a man. And you flop doodles in the gallery. Can a man watch a trial in peace? This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around. Well, at least we get to spend time with our boyfriend. The mood in this quorum is starting to change. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you doing at the defense's bench? I grow bored of watching from the gallery. You people are annoying. Besides, if I were to leave this trial to the spring chick and lose my favorite soba shop in the process, I will be quite cross. You voluntarily stand on the side of impurity and sin. Truly, what a fool you are. Simon, can you send your bird to attack this man?
I know you usually do that with the defense lawyers that you deal with, but like, could you send your bird to kill this man? I will pay you to do that. To think you were so easily manipulated by his parlor tricks. Whatever happened to qualified and capable Athena? I just let my guard down a little bit, but it won't happen again! Huh. Then gird up your loins and steel yourself for battle. Do you have to talk about my loins? I'm not girding up anything in this skirt! No, seriously, do people not ship them more? I feel like they should. But I am ready to get serious. It seems there is now yet another soul I must cast down into hell. I was in prison for a long time. And hell sounds no worse than cell, to be honest. Ah, but the fires of hell will not be the end of your suffering. For the sin you have just committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda in your next life. A panda? A panda? A white and black reverse panda, that is. And you shall be put in a zoo to be exposed to public ridicule. A threat like that won't work on Prosecutor Blackwell. After all, he's already used to looking like a panda in this life.
Who are you calling a panda?
Sorry! I see that you are both prepared to face the fires of damnation. Hero, thank you for your service. You may step down now. Akidaki! Bye bye balloon! Never come back again. She's gonna come back. I think she did it. Does everything have to be about balloons with her? Yes, Athena, she needs to get attention to her titties. Now then, I have a witness prepared to testify about the Karuta cards.
And who is this witness this time?
The first to discover the body, and someone who witnessed the crime scene firsthand. Mr. Uendo Tornado. The time has come for that ponytail pair over there to finally let it all go, and move on.
Very well, let's bring in this witness then.
Except not, because we've been here 10 minutes, 20 minutes over time rather. So we're finishing for today, and we'll continue tomorrow because I have a limit. Emotionally, physically, spiritually, I have a limit. This game is just making me lose my mind. I'm gonna be honest, and this is gonna sound insane. I'm almost excited for this trial. I know that I'm not gonna like it because, like, the fucking clown is here and this game is terrible. But at least we have Athena and Simon and they're gonna, like, banter with each other. And that was very fun in Dual Destiny, so I can only hope that it's fun here. Is the one thing that I'm thankful about, is, like, there's actually gonna be fun banter. God forbid. But yeah, this is this is terrible. But anyway, that's gonna be everything for today. Thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow we probably finish this case. Like, I'm going to assume that we'll have the time to finish this case, and then we'll just have 2 more cases, including the DLC case. So we'll be free of Spirit of Justice. We won't have to touch it anymore. I can delete all of the files from my computer, and I can move on with my life to play something that I actually enjoy. And eventually get to the Great Ace Attorney, which is really why I'm playing this game, because I want to get all of the Ace Attorney games out before I get to, like, Great Ace Attorney. Because I never played Dual Destinies of Spirit of Justice, which, you know, looking back at it, I don't regret not playing it. I don't think I would have liked it even 10 years ago. But what can you do? Anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day, a good end to your week, a good start to the weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow for more of me suffering and complaining about this game until I go fucking insane and become the Joker. Yeah, that's about it. Anyway, bye everyone.